one's life. The marriage counselor said, you don't want a good, you want a researcher. So these are the qualities of a researcher. So think yourself and see whether you have these qualities. If you have these qualities, then you should start doing research. So this is the first step. Before you start for research, before even you want to know the definition of research, you should first look into yourself, introspection. Do you have these qualities? If yes, yes, then you should go for research. So there are so many topics in research, but I have selected research approaches. Now, why I have selected this topic to especially for the induction programs, especially for the programs, refresher courses in research methodology, because everyone reads the process of research and they go for all these steps in the research process. But because research approaches is not one of the steps of research process, so therefore many researchers they miss it. Whereas I feel for a researcher, research approaches are very important. They should have the knowledge of research approaches. If you want that these research approaches will support you or make your methodology very easy. If you have the knowledge of research approaches and you select the best approach for your research, and accordingly you will be able to select the appropriate methodology for your problem, research problem. So that is why I prefer that induction program or in literature courses, this topic must be taken up. So one thing is this. Second is, as you know, NDP 2020, we are focusing on research intensive institutions. If you want to make your institution research intensive, then the first point is that you should empower students and all the teachers with research skills. And for developing research skills, these induction programs and referential courses are being organized in different institutions. So, as far as this research are concerned, first I would like to tell you what are these research approaches. Basically, when you follow the research process, when we come to selection of methodology, we come to collection of data, and we come to analysis of the data, then there should be a plan. And something there should be there which can guide you for data collection, for analysis of result, and for making the conclusions out of those results. So there should be some guide. And who is the guide? Research approach is the guide. So it is actually the framework which is given by the research approach, and then it becomes easy for you to select the appropriate methodology for data collection, for even analysis, and for interpretation of the results. So these are the research approaches. So there are 7 research approaches. First is triangulation approach, then positivism, symbolic interactionism, ethnomethodology, phenomenology, clinical approach, and histography. So by name you must be, it must be coming to your mind, these approaches will be very difficult, and how we can use it, and how we can understand them, but I will make it easy for you. And if you will just listen to me, then you will feel after this presentation that you know each and every approach very thoroughly. You have full understanding of that. Only my request is to try to be with me and try to understand each and everything. And maybe you are sitting before me, and maybe I will anticipate that you are listening to me, but your mind may be wavering. And so I request you, please be here mentally and physically. You are here, mentally you should be here. Wherever your mind wavers, you just actually my voice will not allow you to your mind to know about, but yes, even there, consciously we should be with this, right? So, first approach is triangulation. How many of you have heard this about this approach, triangulation approach? Have you heard about this approach? No. So, triangulation approach is when we use more than two research strategies. More than two research strategies. Now, what are research strategies? Research strategies means what are different methodologies, methods you use. Data for data collection, what you use. There are different ways of data collection, different strategies for data collection, different techniques for data collection. So, if you use more than two, sampling, if you use more than two, procedures, use more than two, statistical procedures, use more than two. So, all these are research strategies. When you use more than two strategies, research strategies, then it means you are following triangulation approach, right? Triangulation, more than two, three, four, five, any number can be there. So when you are using more than two, then it means this is triangulation approach. Now, actually, why do we use these different strategies? Actually, every strategies they have the errors, right? Now, if there are errors, then every strategy they have the positive points also. So when you make a combination of three strategies, then what happens? You try to reduce the errors. You try to reduce the errors, and if you will reduce the errors, definitely your research will become more factual, more realistic, more applicable, and more generalizable, right? You can generalize the facts if you have the facts out of your research problem, and that can be there if you remove the errors from your methodology part. Now, the next thing is that whenever you take up one methodology, one system, one research strategy, what happens? You get the results. But somewhere in your mind, you will feel that the finding is not complete. It is incomplete. I should do something to get the complete finding. Then, what do you do generally? You write in limitation. When we write limitations at the end of the report, you write there that this could have been done to get this. You use this sentence in your limitation. It means limitation is there. But that is your limitation. You feel it is limitation. But a good researcher may say this research is incomplete. Because it is not giving you the complete finding. Right? It means it is incomplete finding. So, to remove this error or to come out of that feeling that my research should be complete in all respects, and when I publish something, when I disseminate my finding, that everyone should feel that wow, this is a complete result, this is a complete finding of this problem, right? I'll give you one example. Suppose in a class, one student is maladjusted. He is not being able to adjust in the class. So you started doing action research on that. We will find out why he is maladjusted and how we can help that student to adjust in the class. So you will ask the teacher, you will ask the friends, and they will say, here is having this problem, this problem, this problem, and you try to counsel him on those, and you say now he will be able to adjust. And then you will tell me, I will say no, it is not a complete finding. Because only support or only the perception or the opinion of the class fellows or the teacher is incomplete. You must talk to the parents. You must talk to his doctor. You must talk to you must find out the environment in which he is staying. So the environment, the play environment, the school environment, or the institutional environment, or relationship not only with the class fellows but the friends at home, all these things may be having some or the other effect on the mind of the student. That is why he is not getting adjusted here in the class. I will say these are incomplete findings. So it means to make it complete, what you should do? You should use triangulation approach. Simple answer. Triangulation approach आ गया right? So मुझे लगता है कि now you have understood what is triangulation, right? Now triangulation again it is of different types. First is data triangulation, where we will take up time triangulation, space triangulation, and person triangulation. Then we have method triangulation. Again, method triangulation at design level and at data collection level. Then we have investigative triangulation, theory triangulation, and multiple triangulation. So we will discuss all these different types of triangulation. Now, the first is data triangulation. Now, as far as time triangulation is concerned, see, you have a research problem in your hand, and what you do is you collect the data. In the month of March, you have collected the data, and you will collect the data, analyze the result, interpret the results. Now, what you will get? You will get only the findings which the time period of March has impact on the human behavior. Then this is good weather, good environment. After 6 months, say, the subjects from whom you have taken the data, the subjects may change the place, his environment will change, his opinion may change, his perception may change, his physical condition may change, his interaction with different people may change. Then after 6 months, when you will collect the data, you will get different opinion, different views from the subject. It means time has a great impact in such kind of problems where human behavior is involved. Whenever we do research, human behavior is there and human behavior is involved. But if you collect the data with some period of interval, time interval, definitely you will get the complete data. It means you are removing the errors pertaining to time period. It means when you will collect, giving due interval of time and collect the data, then you are using time triangulation. Clear? Second is space triangulation. You must have seen, you are in Punjab and you have collected data from the subjects of Punjab, right? And after collecting the data, you will analyze the result and you will say this variable has this type of impact on this type of subjects. But these subjects belong to Punjab. But the same results you cannot get if you take the subjects from northeast people. Take the subjects from south. Take the subjects from different countries. Right? There can be difference. So it means your findings are not generalizable. You cannot generalize your findings. So every research is incomplete when you cannot generalize the findings. Right? So to generalize the findings, what you should use? You should go for space triangulation. You should take the subjects from different areas, keeping in mind the type of problem you are having, research problem you are having. So take the data from different areas. So this is called space triangulation. Now next is person triangulation. Person triangulation. Now I will talk about two types of persons. First is as an investigator. I am an investigator. So I have collected data from you. Now I don't like you. So my data will be biased for you. I like him. So my data will be biased because I may add something positive which is more positive, rather he doesn't feel that, and I may write negative which he may not feel that. So it means as an investigator, my data will be biased. So I cannot conclude the result because data is incorrect. So what I should do? We should have more than 2 investigators, right? I am also collecting the data. She is my co-investigator. I will ask her to collect the data. I may have the third investigator. I will ask that person to collect the data. Now, when 3 persons will collect the data, then all biases can be removed because she may also have the biases. The third person may also be biased. So he may be biased with a different person, that she will be biased with a different person. So overall, when I will get the data, it will be error-free, bias-free data. Right? So we can get good result. It means person triangulation should also be effective. Now, second type is, this is as per the investigators. Second is on the part of the subject. I collected the data from 50 subjects from RIM. Right? Now I cannot say whatever RIM subjects are saying to me about that particular variable, it is correct. It means there can be different opinion if I take the data from CP University, if I take the data from Lovely, if I take the data from Chitkara, as far as Punjab is concerned. So it means if I am asking something about the institution, that data from one institution will not be a complete data. So it means person triangulation should be there, right? So this is data triangulation for which I was discussing. Hope it is clear to everyone. जितने तो हम लगे कि it is not clear, you just stop me and ask me. So before getting understanding of the previous thing, don't go further because it will create conflict in your mind. Now next is methods triangulation. Now you know we have different methods of research, and because all of you are faculty members and you must have guided the people also, you have done your PhD also, so you must be doing some research projects also. So everywhere you select the data, select the method. Common सी गल है, may be true for you also. Generally what happens that if in my PhD work I have used, say, questionnaire method, I will feel it is very easy. So I will ask my students to use this approach only, or this method only for data evaluation. If my study, my PhD study is based on case studies or based on interviews, and I am perfect in that because I have done that work with my own hands, so I will ask my students to go for the same. So it means whenever you guide the students, you will be using all those methods in which you are convenient. You have the convenience, so you will ask your students also to do that kind of, use that kind of method. But that method may not be appropriate for that study. So research approach will help you, or research approach will guide you that at design level, what type of methods you should use so that you get the complete information. Now at design level, again there are 3 points. First is between method triangulation. Between method means that you are using one method, in between you use the second method also. Between, right? I'll give you one example. You have plan to use qualitative approach, qualitative method for your research problem. Qualitative method. Now for qualitative method, you decided that I will be using case studies. And case study is part of qualitative method. But triangulation approach say that don't use only case studies in qualitative method. Method is one, qualitative. But between method, you should use observation. You can use observation. Observation is also a qualitative method. You can use interviews. That is also a qualitative method. So keeping in mind the type of the research problem you are having in hand, you decide that between method triangulation If it is qualitative, then you may use case study or interview. You may use interview or observation. You may use anything you can use which is qualitative in nature. But between qualitative method, you can use different techniques of data collection. Now, second is simultaneous implementation. Simultaneous. Now, I have to collect data from you. So, what I am doing, that I have to use quantitative data. Now, quantitative data, I have to fill up the questionnaire. So, I am taking data from you and it is quantitative in nature. But simultaneously, I am observing you also. And I will be noting down that what my observations about you are. How were your actions, how you were behaving, what you were doing, how you were responding. So everything I am observing, so I will note down that also. It means simultaneously I am taking quantitative data also and qualitative also. Right? So this can cover up all different errors of quantitative method and qualitative method. So I am using both. So simultaneously I am using. So this is second type of method triangulation. Third is sequential implementation. First, I have taken quantitative data and say after 10 days, after 1 month, I am taking qualitative data. So it is again triangulation. It is method triangulation. Now, as I told you, we can combine qualitative techniques and quantitative techniques together to get the complete information. Next is when we make the generalization, then it is a very technical part, or I can say it is the skill of the researcher how to blend the information collected through quantitative data and through qualitative data. It is a skill. So you should have that skill how you blend that information and come out with the more actual information which can be concluded. Right? Now we come to method triangulation and data collection level. Now at data collection level, as I told you, that there are different techniques of data collection. So if you can collect data from primary sources, you can collect data from secondary sources. So if you are collecting data from both the sources, again that is triangulation. So at data collection level also, you can use triangulation. Now, as I was telling you that research skill is required if you have the data and you want to interpret it or blend it because you have data from different techniques, then what is required? Very important thing is your own judgment. It should not be biased. You should not be biased in judging whatever you have with you. So your judgment should be unbiased. Then wisdom. Wisdom to blend the data. Wisdom to blend here. What is not good for society? You should think 10 times whether you should interpret that or not. If it is to be interpreted, how this is to be interpreted? It should not have bad impact on the society. Like you have collected the data and you have the after data collection you have analyzed that drugs are not good for academic work. I am relating that to you. So what you will be doing? You don't want that data should be interpreted that 95% 95% level at 95% level you want to say that drugs don't have any impact on academics. But at 99% level you say, no, I am saying opposite. 99% level there is no impact, but at 95% level you say there is impact of drugs on academics. Now, if you will interpret at 95% level, what will happen? What will happen? So all the students they will conveyed that drugs can be taken, but because it is only there is 95% effect. At 99% you are not saying that it is having an impact. Here you should take the result of 99%, not 95%. Why? Because we don't want that students should get this information that drugs can be taken. Right? So how you interpret all the variables which are related to human behavior, this you should keep in mind that your wisdom should be such that wisely you interpret the result what you are getting. For example, quantitatively, you may say that anxiety is maximum among the students these days. Quantitatively. So, this doesn't mean that every student sitting here is having anxiety. And on the other hand, they will say if we have maximum anxiety, it means we won't be able to study because we are very anxious and we are not paying full attention in the class, right? But qualitatively, when you get the data and they say that they are not anxious, anxiety is not there, or it is very minimum anxiety. So, what should be the conclusion? Conclusion should be based on your judgment, true judgment, and your wisdom. So, your wisdom will say that students don't have anxiety. Don't have anxiety. So, likewise, whenever you take the decision, keep in mind that what type of data it is and what is your judgment and how wisely you take the decision. Many a times we do the research and when we interpret, we don't use our creativity. So it is again, I think, very important that every researcher should be creative enough to give the results in a better manner. Next, I want to say that whenever you do the research, insight is very important. Reflection is very important. So, reflective thinking is required uh, when every person go for any type of research. It is not necessary that for quantitative research, reflection is not required, or for qualitative research, reflection is not required. Reflection is reflective thinking and creative thinking. Both are very necessary when you make the judgments or you interpret the results at the end of your work, research work. Now, next is investigator triangulation. I have already explained investigator triangulation. Here I have given some advantages that it reduces the risk of biasness. I have already told you when more than two investigators will be there and their biases can be removed. Now we come to theory triangulation. You see, whenever you take up any problem, that problem is always based on some theory. And many a times, the researcher, they don't go to read the theory and work according to that theory. But research process says that we should read the theory first and then you should start preparing the title of your research or you select the problem for the research. But one theory cannot be sufficient for interpretation of result or for completeness of result. So theory triangulation means that you take up more than two theories, two or three theories, and based on that you start working on your problem. So this is called theory triangulation. Now, now we come to multiple triangulation. Multiple triangulation means that when you use variety of techniques in one research problem. For example, quantitative and qualitative data you can take. Then I have already told you how this will help you that you can remove the errors of all the techniques. So that is why we use multiple triangulation approach. So the another help is that many times one result may not be very reliable. We have used qualitative data, and under qualitative data, we have suppose used the sources which are not valid, which are not reliable. So, but we have collected the data because only those sources are available with us. So when we take up the same data from different sources using different methods of collecting the data, so it means we are using multiple triangulation approach, and then you can get the completeness of data and data which is valid, which is reliable, on the data on which you can rely. So if you will do that, it means your findings or interpretation will also be reliable, and you can generalize them. So that is the advantage of using multiple triangulation. Now what are the negative points? If multiple triangulation is there, then there must be some negative points. The most important point is that it increases the cost. Time definitely is the main criteria. You will have to spend so much of time if you are using different triangulation methods. Then skills. If you don't have research skills, so you will not be able to make your research error free, because you don't have skills to use multiple methods of triangulation. So there again, research skills needs to be developed if you want to use the triangulation approach. Otherwise, this can go negative for this. Then data analysis. When you have huge data with different approaches, so it is difficult to handle. So again, research skills are required if you want to handle that full data. And more is not always better. Sometimes you get good result with small data also. So these are few negative points of this triangulation approach. Now what are the outcomes of triangulation approach? Outcome is that you can get more or less same results with quantitative and qualitative methods. You have used both the methods and you can get same results. Then it means you can corroborate the results of both the methods. Then many a times what happens that when you use the quantitative data, that quantitative data helps you to interpret the qualitative data, right? So this way you can get the better result if you are able to get the direction from the quantitative data, and then you collaborate with the qualitative data. Then many times both the results differ also. There is difference also. Quantitative data may be leading to something different, and qualitative data may be leading to something different. So what you should do in that case, then again this triangulation approach will support you to handle both type of data which is conflicting in nature with your judgment, with your wisdom, with your creativity, with your reflection. You can handle the conflicting reports and interpret the data. Right? It's again a skill. How to present the data which is conflicting in nature. Right? So now you tell me, you should use triangulation approach or not? सारा सीख लिया ना तुसी? तुसी अगे आओ भाई. Come forward. Yes. हाँ जी. Is it clear to you? Yes. So we should use triangulation approach, or you are not in favor of using triangulation approach?
If we have a skill, then we have to apply this approach. If the investigator have a skill, they can analyze.
If there is no question of thing, if you are a researcher, then you should have research skills, right? If you are a researcher, then you should have the grip on methodology, research methodology, and if you have that grip, definitely you can do any type of research. You can use any type of methods. You can use any type of techniques, research techniques. So what is required? Required is research skill before starting research, you should develop those skills. And those skills are developed. How you can develop those research skills? How you can develop those skills? First is having thorough knowledge of every aspect of research. We have superficial knowledge. जनरली रिसर्च में क्या होता है, आप बता दो क्या करना है, टीचर बता दे क्या करना है, कोई दूसरा फ्रेंड बता दे, किसी एक्सपर्ट के पास चले गए, क्या खुद को कुछ पता ही नहीं। अगर आप कुछ पढ़ के ग्रिप लेके आप टीचर को जाके बोलोगे that these are the few methods, you tell me which is the best one which I should apply, or in this particular type of problem which method is most appropriate, most suitable, you have the knowledge. Then your teacher will say you can apply this, but you will say this is having these errors. He will say use the next one, then you will say these are the errors. So after discussion you can finalize the best one. But what is required? Research skill at your part. What is that? Knowledge about methodology. Number one. Number two, you can improve your research skills using or going for action research. Action research is very small research, and every research problem which is for which you want immediate solution, you can handle that kind of research problem in your institution. Your students can do it, and when you will use variety of research problems and which you are doing it with your action research, definitely with the time you will develop the research skill, how to handle data, how to interpret the data, how to use different approaches for that, right? So only by handling the problem yourself will help you to develop research skills, right? So now we come to the second approach. The second approach is positivism. Am I told them? I think my voice is audible. Now, now we come to positivism. Now this positivist approach is given by Comte, and you must have heard his name. He was a sociologist and he worked on human behavior. And what he says that knowledge is based on one's experience. And if you want to study human behavior, it is very difficult to study the human behavior. But he says if you want to study the human behavior, you should use observations and reasoning. So it means you should have two skills. One is observation skill and another one is reasoning skill. And if you have these two skills, then you can study the human behavior. So that is why the positivist approach is that whenever you collect any data, it should have scientific evidence. If you want to have scientific evidence, it means you should have scientific attitude. It means you should be able to conduct different types of experiments. And only with experiments you will get the facts, and definitely it will be easy for you to observe the phenomena quantitatively and then give the data. And quantitative data is a great evidence for any type of research. Right? In triangulation approach, we were saying only one is not sufficient. So you should use variety. Only quantitative is not sufficient. So you should use that. But in positivist approach, the positivists they say that human behavior cannot be studied if you don't have empirical data. So for that empirical evidences, you should conduct experiments. Now, what is the philosophy of positivism? First is, as I told you, that we should go for experiments and observation. Understood? If this is understood. When you go for experiment, your observation skill should be very high. Only then you can observe the exactness of the data. So that is why it is required. And if you will use experiments and observation or give reasoning for that, three things are important, then definitely your data will be factual, exact, precise, absolute and very objective. This is the philosophy of positivism. Now, which are the different principles of positivism. They believe that research should be aimed to explain and predict. If you are not able to predict anything from the research, it means your research is not up to the mark. It is not advantages, or you cannot take support of research in predicting anything. So it means that is not a research. So positivists say that when can you predict? You can only predict when you have the facts. If you don't have the facts, you cannot predict. So that is why they say the principle is that you go to collect the facts. Factual information should be there, and then you should be able to predict. So that is the baseline. Then it should be empirically observable. It means you should conduct experiments and get empirical data. Next is that inductive reasoning should be there. Many times we give the reason which is deductive. We go from general to specific. Rather, it should be opposite ones. We should give reasoning from specific to general. So that is very important as far as positivist approach is concerned. Then common sense should not be there. Everything should be based on facts. Then they say, positivists say, that whenever you conduct any study, actually the impact of that study is on society. And if anything is based for society or it is based on society, then definitely the evidence should be very appropriate one and error free. So scientific methods should be used to get those evidences so that that can be implemented on society. See, society के तो कुछ गलत नहीं ना कह सकते. So if you are doing something, any research you are doing, ultimately it will affect the society. So whatever is having an impact on society, that for that you should have empirical evidence, and that is why positivists they are adopting what they are adopting. They are adopting for knowledge the experimentation. They are adopting the scientific method. They want that systematically the research should be conducted. Systematically. So when you will conduct research systematically, definitely you will get the facts, and that facts are very important as far as positivist philosophy is concerned. I hope this is clear. Now, which are the assumptions? Now, there are four assumptions. The first assumption is determinism. It means that positivists they believe in cause and effect. They say every activity has some cause, and you have to study the reason for those causes, and then you give the impact or you give the result, that if this is the cause and you do this, and then you will get the effect. So cause and effect relationship is very important as far as positivist approach is concerned. So therefore, whenever you decide to use this approach, you should study your problem, whether you want to study some causes, you find out the reason for the causes, and you want to study the effect of those causes. Their positivist approach is required, right? So this is pre-assumption that whenever you will go for positivist approach, definitely you are finding the cause and effect relationship, right? Then empiricism. Already I have told you that you should assume that in this approach you will be conducting experiments and you will be going for good observation. Next is parsimony. देखो ऐसा है कि as I told you earlier that there are so many options in life. So similarly, when you will conducting experiments, there can be multiple solutions, multiple interpretations, multiple assumptions. And whenever you discuss something, you get multiple ideas. So what positivists say that you select only which has few assumptions. If ज़्यादा assumption, it means it will have more errors. If you will select the minimum assumption, then it means you will be going for minimum errors, right? So that is why positivists say that you should take those assumptions where or those interpretations where you have few assumptions. And definitely positivists, they are in favor of generalization of the research. So that is very important. I don't know whether in your research you have made generalizations or not. Uh, this every research requires generalization, and you can only generalize the things when you do research, whatever type of research is there. When you do research using systematic investigation and using very appropriate approach of research. Only then you will be able to generalize the findings of your research. Now, what is good research as per the positivists? They say when you have factual data, that should be valid, that should be reliable, and that should be generalizable. So, if that is there, that is a good piece of research as positivists say. Now, which are the methods which you can use if you are using positivist approach? These are laboratory experiments, field experiments, surveys, case studies, forecasting, and simulation. All these methods, they will give you empirical data, and you can use that empirical data and good observation to find out the cause and effect relationship. Right? Now, what is anti-positivism? Just whatever I have told, just opposite to that. What is anti-positivism? When, say, just I will give you one example. If he is man of ideas and he follows his own ideas, and we say, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਰੂਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਪੱਕੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ, we say he is very idealistic. मतलब कुछ ideals हैं and he is following only those ideals. Custom so he is very idealistic. Now when he is idealistic, whatever he will do, he will again come back to his own perception, come back to his own opinion, and that opinion will be his own opinion because of his personality. The personality is idealistic, so he will not go beyond that. So it means he is anti-positivist. क्योंकि सच्चाई नहीं देखनी ना, फैक्ट नहीं देखना, empirically what data says, he will not look into that. What he will be doing as a idealist, he will go for his own notion, own perception, own ideas, own opinion. He will not follow what the data says. So he is anti-positivist. And we will be going for three more approaches: phenomenology, ethnomethodology, and symbolic interactionism. These three approaches are again anti-positivist approach, because they don't believe in quantitative data. They go for qualitative information. So this is anti-positivism. Now, how to identify positivism? Yes. First is, if you have the interest in finding causes and in finding reasons or the fact, definitely it means you are doing positivist, using your positivist approach. Then, if you go for objectivity, again positivists, they go for objectivity because they go for keen observation. They go for facts. So it means if you have the research which is very much giving you the information which is objective in nature, it means you have used positivist approach. Then every research problem which will be based on positivist approach, it will tell you some correlations with different causes and effects, and may give you the conflicting situation also, but even then it will be correlated negatively, right? So some correlation will be there, and 99% they use quantitative data. Now we come to the third approach, which is symbolic interactionism. दो approaches clear हो गया सभी?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it clear?
Yes, ma'am.
It is very interesting, madam.
Interesting.
Seriously. even though we don't know about the too much approaches, but while your lectures we have to know which type of approaches we have to be used while selecting our research topics. It's very important.
This approach, uh, when you are selecting the topic, it is good that at that time only you look into the topic that which approach you want to use. After these, again, three types of approaches, you will come to know some approaches are very interesting. But again, it depends upon the type of problem you have. But you can mold your problem.
Yes.
By using, if you are interested in a particular type of approach, then you can mold your problem and you can go for that type of research. I will tell you that one of my students, I told her that we will be going for a problem which will be studied not only in India, but we will be covering few countries also. So we took up UK and Thailand and India. And which approach we will be following?
Space. Triangulation.
Yes, we use triangulation approach as
Space category.
space triangulation was there. We use method triangulation also. And in method triangulation, we use simultaneous method. So we use that.
We are using different methods.
You can use all. It is not necessary that you should use only one aspect or one step of that triangulation. You can use multiple. Last point was multiple triangulation. So you can use multiple triangulation also. So in that case, multiple triangulation was used. And when we compared, it was related to women. When we compared women from UK and women from India with women from Thailand, we got very good findings, and we could generalize it also, right? Because we use triangulation approach. So it depends when you use an appropriate approach for appropriate problem. Definitely your results will be such that you will be able to generalize them. Now we come to symbolic interactionism. Word थोड़े समझ में आता है बड़ा difficult है but I will tell you that when you will understand the approach, then you will be able to remember the name because they are very much related to the content in the approach. For example, symbolic interactionism. Symbolic means use of symbols. And interactionism means interaction with people. So if you will be using this approach, it will be symbolic interactionism. So name is really simple. So it is given by Herbert Blumer. He was also a sociologist and he has given this approach. He says that if you want to study the human behavior, and then what you will be doing? Generally, ਆਪਾਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਕੀ ਆ? We take the perceptions. ਤੁਹਾਡੀ perception ਲਈ, ਤੁਹਾਡੀ perception ਲਈ, ਤੁਹਾਡੀ perception ਲਈ, ਸਭ ਦੀ perception ਲਈ. Now, our table है. He will be perceiving differently. You will be perceiving differently. He will be perceiving differently. So if everyone has different perception, how we will be concluding it? And same thing happens with people. मेरी एनाल इंटरेक्शन दो तीन बारी हुई है. She may perceive me differently. मैं तो हुई है. Dr. Padia has interactions with me for the last 20 years. So he will be perceiving me differently. So it depends on time of interaction. It depends on number of individuals. If I am interacting only with two individuals, then perception will be different. If I am interacting with 100 individuals, perception about me will be different. So, in this approach, it depends upon the interaction with the individual. So, perceptions they differ with the interaction. And then comes symbol. It means it depends the symbols which we are using. Language is also a symbol. I am using my hand. This is also a symbol. Shaking hand, that shows how much professional you are in your institution. When you come and shake the hand. Then in WhatsApp we are using emoji. What is that? Symbol. You want to say something, this is very good. You put that side. So it's a symbol. Symbol is helping the other person to understand what you are saying. Now again it depends if he understands that symbol correctly or not. If that symbol is not read correctly, it means perception will be different. His opinion will be different. Right? So likewise, when we use this symbolic interactionism approach, subjectivity will be there. पता clear हो गया होना उन तक जो मैं बोली है it is clear from that this approach is very subjective in nature, so subjectivity will be there. Now what you are doing is you are observing the symbols, you are going for interaction, and then you are interpreting it, so that interpretation will be subjective. Now we come to these are the few examples I have given here. The first example is handshake. I have already told you. Emoji. I have already told you. Now, clothing choice. That shows the different personality the person is having. That shows the different thinking level the person is having, isn't it? If one is very casual in nature, casual in putting the clothes, then you can, his perception will be different for that person. Your perception will be different for that. If one is very, I should say, very conscious about the clothing and he is very organized, the perception for that person will be different for everyone. एक कहेगा की फायदा है ना ऑर्गेनाइज होना कोई फायदा नहीं है कैजुअल नेचर ठीक है आजादी है ऐश करो है ना तो दूसरा कहेगा क्या कैजुअल है ऐसा तो कम होंगे so one should be organized so that helps you to improve the efficiency especially in work culture at home also everywhere that improves the efficiency right so it varies from person to person and it varies with the symbols and it varies with the interaction. So it is subjective in nature. So another example I have given here is that we are in the class. This is the class. And you must have, different teachers must have come here and they have talked to you. Right? They have given their thoughts to you. And the method of every teacher would have been different. Isn't it? One teacher comes here and they encourage you, they motivate you. One teachers come here, they just present whatever is with them and they go. The third teacher may come, he will give more interaction, he will interact with you more and that impact will be different. So your perception will for every teacher will be different, isn't it? It depends what type of action that teacher is using, what type of symbols you are observing. Symbol केड़े होंगे एक teacher में? Maybe voice, the first thing. Whether it was you know बहुत हौली हौली बोलना. Soft spoken. हाँ, we generally say the soft spoken people they are very good. पर समझ में आवे ना ना. ते दूसरी गल as a teacher voice is very important aspect. ये voice clear नहीं है, तुसी fumble करते हो बार-बार, तुसी ਤੁਹਾਡੀ language ठीक नहीं है, तुसी जो कुछ कहना चाहते हो there you are not able to say that, है ना? तो वो सारियां चीज़ां नाल की है the perception is different for that teacher, right? So जिन्ने जो आप ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ भी पता है तुसी भी ਜਦੋਂ क्लास ਚ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹੋ ਇਹ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ same perception ਹੋਵੇ. You may go to MA first year, those students will have different perception. You go to BA third year, those students will be having different perception. You are the same person, but as a teacher, the perception will be different. So that is symbolic interaction. Now, which are the different elements of symbolic interactionism? First is you should believe that every phenomena is natural. Whatever occurs in this universe, it is natural. So whatever you study, maybe you study the symbols, maybe you interact with the people, maybe you interact with the group, that is under natural process. If in natural condition, in natural setting you study, then you may get something which is real to that, something which is factual. But yes, if you will manipulate the things, If you will make it very formal or you change the conditions, it is not in the natural process, then your data may vary. So symbolic interactionism focuses on natural setting. So whenever you take the data or you interact with the people, it should be in natural setting. I'll give you one example. Uh, Whenever we teach in the class, one is that we use lecture method. बोलेंगे we don't interact with the students है ना. तो what happens के वाले which is it's a formal kind of thing. कौन किसी को समझ आई है किसी को नहीं आई है कुछ कोई मतलब किसी का माइंड कितने है किसी का माइंड कितने है they are not able to understand everything. ऐसा सबको पता है कि नहीं. Second thing is that we use dialogue approach for teaching. Now dialogue ही है कि हम आपा भी बैठे हैं. So dialogue की है कि we converse with each other in an informal setting. Informal setting की है कि ਉਹਦੇ ਚ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਟੀਚਰ ਆ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਆ. We are same. ਆਪਾਂ ਬੈਠੇ ਹਾਂ. ਆਪਾਂ ਬੈਠ ਕੇ symbolic interactionism ਤੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ. ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਨੈਚੁਰਲ ਸੈਟਿੰਗ ਚ ਹੋਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਪੁੱਛਣਗੇ ਨੈਚੁਰਲ ਸੈਟਿੰਗ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਬਣਾਉਣੀ ਹੈ. ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਤੇ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਨੈਚੁਰਲ ਸੈਟਿੰਗ ਚ ਕੋਈ ਬੋਲੇ ਨਾ ਹੈ ਨਾ. ਇਹ ਕਹਿਣਗੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਬੋਲੇਗਾ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ. ਉੱਥੇ ਤੇ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਯੂਜ਼ ਦੀ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜ ਵਾਟਐਵਰ ਦੇ ਨੋ. ਪੰਜ ਬੰਦੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਹਿੰਦੀ ਜਾਣਦਾ ਹੈ, ਇੱਕ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਜਾਣਦਾ ਹੈ, ਇੱਕ ਇੰਗਲਿਸ਼ ਜਾਣਦਾ ਹੈ. ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜ ਆਪਣੀ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜ ਬੋਲ ਰਹੇ ਦੂਜੇ ਦੇ ਸਮਝ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਕਿਉਂ ਬਿਕੋਜ਼ ਦੇ ਆਰ ਅੰਡਰਸਟੈਂਡਿੰਗ ਫਰਮ ਦੀ ਸਿੰਬਲਸ. ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬੋਲ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਲਿਪਸ ਮੂਵਮੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਸਮਝ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਦੂਜੇ ਦੀ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜ ਵੀ ਕੀ ਬੋਲ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ. ਬਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆਪਣੀ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜ ਬੋਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ he can well express the things, well express his thoughts in his own language, in which he is very convenient, isn't it? So, ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੀ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਆਪਣਾ ਬੋਲੇਗਾ ਦੂਸਰਾ ਆਪਣਾ ਤੀਸਰਾ ਆਪਣਾ interaction ਹੈ. ਜਦੋਂ interaction ਹੋਈ ਤੇ you have observed it and you have observed the symbols and you get the information through interaction which is in natural setting. So, this is understood that you will get the fact, right? I think natural है. ते तुसी की किता उस dialogue approach दे विच तुसी you have tried to explore the mind of each and everyone sitting here. So this is symbolic interactionism. So symbolic interactionism ऐ कह रहे हैं कि whenever you use this approach, it should occur in natural setting. We should not create the artificial setting in this. Then second is you should go in details. For example, if I am taking the data, details का मतलब है कि you should not miss any symbol which the person is giving, which the subject is giving. For example, तुसी मैं interview ले रही हूँ. Interview, I am taking interview and I am noting down everything. I am asking the question. फुल क्वेश्चन पूछते मेरे मैं अपने नोट किए गया क्वेश्चन पूछने and in between you are giving me very good answers from which I can go into more detail and I ask you questions related to that which I am not doing it, or you are giving some gestures which are saying something different but verbally you are saying something different. So I should be able to understand that gap. Only then I will fetch the facts, right? So, in this case, for symbolic interactionism, we should go for detailed information. We should go in depth and then get the information. And the methods which we can use, as I told you, it is qualitative approach. So, qualitative methods can be used, which is participant observation. This is very important. Suppose you have to observe some phenomena, then you should be part of that. Only then you will get the facts. So participant observation, in-depth interviews, which should be open-ended. So the other person should be allowed to say anything, whatever comes in his mind, right? And then focus group and then case studies. Now we come to ethnomethodology. Now, what is ethnomethodology? It is given by Harold. He was also a thinker and sociologist, and he has also studied human mind. human behavior. And what he says that every society is having a different culture. Every person is having an impact of society and culture. So whenever you study any phenomena related to human behavior, you must see that the impact of society and culture is there, and which should be studied along with the behavior of human beings, right? So if you do that, then we call that this is ethno-methodological approach. Like मैं तो हमें एग्जांपल देती है कि स्टडी कितनी इंडिया ने सब्जेक्ट्स लेके यूके ने सब्जेक्ट्स लेके एंड the culture in UK is different, the culture in Thailand is different, the culture in India is different because the study was related to women. So women generally आप कहते हैं women have the freedom, economic freedom in Thailand. They have economic freedom in UK, but in India there is no economic freedom, right? So why it is so? Because they are having the impact of the culture of that place. So whenever you study any phenomena, then you must see that what is the impact of society of that place and culture of that place. Then you can study the research problem as a whole having the impact of society and culture. Next is that what method you can use. In this ethnomethodology, it is very comfortable if you converse with the subject, conversational method. That will give you more facts. And you are using symbols. And let me tell you that in symbolic interactionism, whatever you study, it is as it is in symbolic interaction because these are symbols and it is interaction and you study as it. But in case of ethnomethodology, you cannot study as is. Why? Because it is having the impact of society and culture. So it may be different. You cannot study it as is. You will have to see the impact of culture and society. Now, actually, again, in this approach, which is this approach? Ethnomethodology. So in this ethnomethodology approach, again, we should collect the information, collect the data in natural setting. So that is very important in this case also. And here I have given you few examples that if you are studying any phenomena in some institution, then that those institutions can be police departments, hospitals, universities, schools, any company, any organization. So you can study different institutional settings. Then in those institutional settings, again their culture of every institution is different. If we study universities, the RIMT will be having different culture. CU will be having different culture. Punjab University will be having different culture. So whenever you study any institution, then its social and cultural aspects needs to be studied. Then if you are studying some roles, norms, or structure of any institution, again you should use this ethnomethodological approach because every rule or norm will have the impact of culture or social impact. Then next is whatever you study, maybe subjects or maybe institution, the effect of environment in which they are, that also has the impact. So that needs to be studied with the impact of society and culture. Now you can collect the data for this because again it is qualitative. You can collect the data through observation, interviews and questionnaires. Now we come to phenomenological approach. in phenomenological approach, नाम देखो की है phenomenological. It means something related to phenomena. And in life you must have seen different phenomena occur at different intervals of time. And our views get changed with different phenomena. पटियाले छड़ आया. If you are part of that flood, you are there and in that flooded situation, your view about floods will be different. Somebody residing in the area where there were no floods, the views of that person about flood will be different. The person residing in different cities who heard the news of flood will be having different perception. So, whenever you collect information, you collect some data, that phenomena has very strong impact on the data. So now phenomenological approach is actually it is the study of perceptions of the individuals and you interpret it in different ways. Why? Because it is the study of your opinions, your views, your facts, whatever you say, your perceptions. So it is again subjective in nature. And whatever you give the data, whatever you get the data from the subject, it is based on the impact of a particular phenomena on that person. Now, I'll give you few examples. One example I've already given you. Now, in this approach, first thing is that you can use any qualitative research method because again you are looking into the opinions and views of the person, perceptions of the individuals. So it is subjective in nature. So now, whatever the individual or the subject on whom you are conducting the research is having different experience. And with different experience, your perception gets changed. And when your perception changes, the data will change. So definitely it is subjective in nature, but you will have to study the perception based on the experience of that person related to a particular phenomenon. Now it means whatever you will study, whatever data you will take, and if you are using this phenomenological approach, definitely you should go for the different perspectives which the person is giving. Because if he has experienced some phenomena, he will be giving you the information from different perspectives. And you should consider all the perspectives and then collect the information. And two persons, Martin and Husserl, they have given this chronological approach of research, and they say that if you want to study the human being, it should be based, their perceptions should be based on the experience. Now, what type of experience? Experience which is based on some phenomena. Right? Here you can use these methods: case studies, action research, participative inquiry, then grounded theory. Now, grounded theory, you must be knowing that whenever you form the hypothesis of any research, it should be based on the real world data. Not hypothesis or not based on different type of assumptions. So whenever you make assumption, it should be based on some data. Generally, ਕੀ ਕਰਦੇ हैं when we formulate the hypothesis? Generally, what we do? सारे null hypothesis बना लो, सारे null बना लो. So it means your hypotheses are not based upon the data. If you will formulate directional hypothesis or other type of hypothesis, then how you can formulate that? When you are going through different researches and you find out the gap and you find out what type of results they have given. On the basis of that, you formulate your hypothesis. you make a theory based on the results of those researches, and on that facts or that theory you formulate your hypothesis. Now we come to, I have given one example. For example, you want to study an leadership experience during corporate restructuring. Then who will be helping for this? Those who have experienced, those who have interacted with the employees, those who have the experience of positive and negative points of that institution, so that what type of structural changes are required, that changes should be kept in mind, and then it should be, one should go for that restructuring. So for that, the research question is, how do senior managers experience and interpret their role during a major corporate restructuring? Now methodology which they will be using: in-depth interviews, observation and reflection and analysis. Now why this come under phenomenological approach? Because it is based on the experience of the officers who are restructuring the corporate, or restructuring that institution, or restructuring that industry. So it is based on their experience. And second, it is based on the interaction. So if you are getting some information through interaction, that interaction will be based on that person's experience, right? So there you can use this chronological approach. Now this is historiography. Historiography actually, it is a kind of approach where we study not only the history, but we study the historical facts. And how do we study the historical facts? That we use primary or secondary sources and then collect the facts. And then generally we say that is history, which we are, history from which we are collecting the facts. But you should not collect the facts from novels. You should not collect the facts from autobiographies or these bibliographies. So what you are doing is, we are collecting the information, you are integrating the information, and then coming out with the truth, and then finding out the results. So that is the process of historiography. So what history is not? Historical novel, biography, autobiography, personal diaries, campaign books and files and records. So these should not be used when you are using historiography approach of research. These should not be used as the source for data collection. Now, again, time perspective should be there. If I am part of that phenomena which I am studying, it means that is not, I should not use historiography, because that is not history. So there should be time period, means maybe it is 2 years or back, maybe 200 years, 300 years. So because I was not there, and if you are there, it means it is your own experience. So you are not studying the historical facts. So that is your own experience which is speaking. So that should not be there. So if you are using those historical facts and then finding out something new out of it after integrating the information, so there you are using historiographical approach of research. So these are the few steps when you use this approach. First is selection of the problem. So first is selection of the area, then selection of the problem, formulation of the problem, collection of evidence. Here I would like to say the evidences should be reliable and valid. Valid and reliable. And then you find out the validity of the sources also. If you got some information from a particular source, then you must find out whether that source was authenticated, valid, reliable or not. Then you do analysis and interpretation and report writing. So this is about historiographical approach. Then we come to clinical approach. Now clinical approach is one-to-one approach, generally used by doctors, but in education also we use clinical approach to guide the students to get information about the student who is having a problem which is individualistic in nature. So there are research problems which are individualistic in nature. There we use clinical approach. Now, actually, when we have some problem with which an individual is facing or an one institution is facing, or it is because it is related to only one type of uh, population on which you are going to do the research. So what you do is generally you try to find out the root cause on individual basis and then find out the solution. So there we use clinical approach. Generally we use tests, maybe psychological test, maybe physical test, any different types of tests we use to collect the information from the individuals. Self-reports, reports by parents and home visits or different social environment or different work environment and different type of environments you study. So only then you give the report of that individual on whom you are going to study. So this is about, I have already told you, this is about clinical approach. So whenever you have a research problem which is individualistic in nature, there we use clinical approach of research. I hope everything is clear. Now I give you 2-3 minutes. I know you are tired because the material was too much to be absorbed. So, but I tried to make it easy for you to understand that. I hope I'm successful in doing it. So, even then, if you have any question, so you can ask.
We all are thankful for the ma'am for giving me a detailed information about the method we have to use and a research methodology. Once again, thank you very much, ma'am. So, so there is one of the observation I am using quantitative and qualitative method also while doing this. So there are some of the candidates who have listed this drawn one very late. I think session starts at 10 a.m. and they have reached 10:30. So all are requested and advised, please come to the session on punctual at fixed time that we have to be scheduled. And anyhow, on daily basis we have an attendance. So a Jan batch have a separate attendance and the participant has a separate attendance. So Rajkumar sir, you may please distribute. So there is a tea arrangement outside the drawn one. So all are requested to pay a please take the tea. Thank you very much. It's very important. You guys have learned many things from
to introduce our keynote speaker of this program's fifth session, Mr. Ashraf Alam sir. He is renowned expertise in the field of mathematics with more than 23 years of teaching experience. He is the head of Department of Mathematics at Rift University. He is involved in teaching all the courses of statistical in this period. We are honored to have Mr. Ashraf Alam sir with us today and look forward to their thought-provoking presentation. So it's time to hear from our esteemed keynote speaker. I request to respected sir, please come on stage and share your insights and expertise on the topic measures of location, dispersion, students and education.
So today sir has shared with us all the basics of the research methodology, from standard tendencies to the line of regression, each and everything which we have used for our calculating all the statistical and data analysis. First session we have to know what are the research methodology we have to use. Here after the research methodology there are some calculation part we have to do. So thank you very much sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Mohammed Ashraf Alam. I'm familiar with the last 21 years. And today, uh, I want to bring all that the statistical methods which are used in research, because we are having researchers from different fields. So very first, the basic, we are started with the topic measures of location, dispersion, skewness, and kurtosis. So after collecting the data from the field, we present the data. And how we can present the data, what is the nature of the data, we discuss on that. So very first thing, it is the various types of measures of location in use are arithmetic mean or average. So it's totally very basic. We have learned this from the high school onwards. But how it is used, how it is applicable, right? So we will focus on that only. Say first is arithmetic mean or simply mean, geometric mean, harmonic mean, median, and mode. Now, first point is arithmetic mean. It's simple calculation of mean, and how you can calculate them. Whatever observation we are having, we have to sum them and divide that with the number of observation. Now look at this. This part is very crucial to know that the observations we are having here, say x1, x2, so on up to xn. So these are n values we collected from the field. Now our task is to find mean. Mean means we have to see the togetherness of the data where uh, it is emerging, right? Now look at this. How to calculate the calculation part? You can do with the help of calculator computer. So x bar is 1 upon n summation x. Now see the data we got here. It is in raw form, right? We can identify each variate as x1, x2, so on up to xn. Now it is limited. For say, suppose we have collected 10 observations, x1, x2, so on up to xn, right? It is easy to sum all the 10 observations. But in research, we have data. Say, suppose it is from x1, x2, so on up to x1000. Now the problem will arise here. It is not easy to compute all the values, to sum up all. There may be manual error, human error is involved in this correction, right? So at this stage, what we have to do, we have to organize the data, right? In the form of frequency distribution, in the form of frequency distribution. And it has the format xi and fi. All of these 1000 values, f2 may be repeated, right? And the repetition is known as frequency. So we have to sum them in one column we write all the observations. In second, we write their frequency. Now come to the part of calculation. It will become easier. Now, if we want to use this data, in this case we need fi xi, and x bar is defined as sum of xi upon n, where n is summation f. So we are starting with the one point that we collected raw data in the form of x1, x2, so on, xn. We shifted to the frequency distribution from where the calculation will become simpler. And one more thing, if the data is continuous, say the case of weight. Now suppose in case of a scores, right, we have individual values. But the weight of a person, it is in interval. So we have to rely on class interval. So we have to again redefine this data in the form of class interval, right? And that may be 0 to 5, 0, or 0 to 10, right? Depending upon the sample size, right? So we try to include 5% of the sample, right, for experiment. Now in this case, suppose it is 0 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, and 30 to 40, 40 to 50, right? Their frequency, we are having their frequency. Now in this case, we directly multiply this with their frequency. Here we have to calculate midpoint. Now I have one practical question for showing you how we can calculate mean in case of frequency distribution. We have to cover 7 topics today, so I will give brief information about all these. So first, how we can calculate this mean. So one example we are having here, that marks are given 0 to 10, 0 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, 40 to 50, and frequency, it is denoted by F, is 20, 24, 40, 36, and 20. The sum of the frequency is 140. Now, we have to find mean of this data. For this purpose, first we have to find midpoint. So those who are having midpoint, it is denoted by M. How we can calculate them? Add these two, lower limit plus upper limit upon 2 will serve this purpose. So it is 10 upon 2 is equal to 5. So first value we are getting it as 5. Right? Second, the size is 10. So here the size is 10. So you can increase this with 25, 35, and 45. Right? This M is same as X. M is same as X. Now again, what we have to do, find this fx if we have calculator, right? Find the product with these two. So I did this directly. We are having a few more methods known as shortcut and nested deviation method. So our objective is to get the value of x bar only. So here it is 100. The next value is 360. The next value is 1000. The next value is 1200. The next one is 900. The sum of the last one is 300, 3620, and n is 140. So substitute that in this fx on capital N, where n is sum of fi. So the total 3620 upon 140, that it is 25.85. So the mean we calculated in case of uh, class interval, in case where class interval is given, right? So in this case,
problem in the total.
problem in the total.
Yeah.
Okay, how much it is?
It's gonna be
Three, 3560. Right. So 3560 divided with 140. You have calculated. It is correct now. So maybe typing error. Right. So now it is clear now. In case of raw data, in case of frequency data, right? How we can calculate mean. The next one is that find the arithmetic mean of the following marks obtained by 10 students in their statistics. So again, we have to sum them and find them. Right? One of the example of that. Another, it is wages are given and number of workers are given. So in that case, weighted mean we write this fx, and geometric mean if the a non-zero and positive variates values x1, x2, so on, xn occur f1, f2, fn times, then the geometric mean g of the set of observations is defined as this. So now see this geometric mean in this case, if we have two values, so it is simply the square root of the product of the two values. So increase that, and with the help of calculator we can calculate geometric mean. So Gm for two values it is defined as under root a. Is the square root of the product of both values, right? So if we generalize this, so it will be the G is the nth root of x1, x2, so on up to x, right? And this product is in symbol, it is written as capital pi xi, and it is same as 1 upon n pi of xi, right? So these are some symbols by which we can denote this, right? So where it is used, the question is simple. Simple mean we can use to calculate any quantitative value. You want to find average height, you want to know the average age of the year for a particular crop. Now where we can use this geometric mean? You have answer.
What is the difference between geometric mean and the average?
Average. Right.
Automatic mean.
These two
One
are
we use the automatic mean and one we use the geometric.
right. Arithmetic mean, we use that arithmetic mean when we are having quantitative data. So suppose you want to know the average height of a person or average height of the class. So you have to enumerate a few one, then sum them and divide it, right? But see the growth of the bacteria, it is exponential. The population of the country is exponential. In that cases we apply geometric mean. And one more mean we are having, it is harmonic mean. Suppose generally we do this mistake that in calculating average speed of a cyclist, I'm taking one practical example of that. Right. A man travels from home to college with a speed of 5 kilometers per hour, and returns from college to home with a speed of 7 kilometers. If anybody asks what is the average of the cyclist or the student, so the answer, obvious answer will be 5 plus 7 divided by 26, which is incorrect. So in this case, we rely on harmonic mean, right? See how we can rely on this, that total average speed is equal to total distance upon total time, right? The total distance, let the distance is x kilometer, so it is x plus x, it is 2x, divided by x upon 5 plus x upon 7. Now solve it. It will give you the average of the cyclist. So each one has its uses. Where you have to use, it is up to you. I am here to explain the terms and calculation part of that. That it varies from your requirement, right? So the third mean was harmonic mean. Next one is median. This is also called positional average. Median is called positional average. It divides the whole distribution into two equal parts. Here we have this normal distribution, right? So all the values are plotted here. So here this median divides the whole distribution into two equal parts, which is positional average. It is also known as positional average. Now in this case, if we have n observations, say up to 9. So in between we have x3, x4. That it is said that the median is defined as the value of the variate for which the total frequency is above that variate value is half over of the total frequency. So we have here x1, x2, x3, x4, x5, x6, x7, x8 and x9. We have 9 observations. It is all. It says that we divide the code into two equal parts. The most middle value is x5, right? And if we have even number of observations, so in this case, we are having two middle values. And average of these two middle values will serve your purpose. This median, right? So similarly, we have the formulas in case of frequency distribution and in case of discrete distribution also. So in case of frequency distribution, the formula is L plus n by 2 minus C upon F into H, where F is the lower limit and n by 2 is sum of where n is sum of Fi, sum of all the frequencies. So in this case, we have to make the table C, I, F and one more table is required, which is of cumulative frequency, right? So here suppose this is 0 to 10, 10 to 20 and so on. The frequencies are written 5, 3, 5, 8, 10 and 2. So CF we can write this first value as it is F1, second value is 5 plus 8 is 30. Right? Second cumulative frequency is F1 plus F2. This is F1 plus F2. The third one is F1 plus F2 plus F3. It is 20. And so from this table, we find the value just greater than n by 2. And suppose the total was 27 here in this case. So 27 by 2 is 13.5. So just greater value in the CF cumulative frequency, right, will serve the purpose of median class. From here we will get the value of median class. And this value is L, this one is your F, and this value is C. So the formula in this case, so we know this n by 2, C, H, F and L. All values are known. The one task is there to find only median class, right? And how you can find the median class? Divide this n by 2. See the just greater value in this cumulative frequency table, right? Underline that row. From that row you will get value of this class, median class. In this case, suppose the median class is 20 to 30. is 20 to 30. So lower limit of this formula, lower limit L is 20, n by 2 is 22 by 7, and C is just above this value is CF, and this frequency of that class interval is F. H is width of the class interval or size of the class interval. So it is just simple calculation by which we can find median. Now, the third and most important one is mode. Now, see, sometimes you see that in production house that they do the research that which shoe size is more in sale. So, which one is more in demand? So, they will produce that shoes number.
Sir, where is median applied in a practical life?
In practically, it is. If you want to divide the distribution in two parts, if you want to show the data that half of this is greater than that, half less than that, right? If you have any demarcation line, like that, say that in one examination, 50% the student passed. So how you will demark? You have to identify, you have to fix a point from where you can say half passed, half failed, right? But it is not in common use. We rely on only average. That's why arithmetic mean has seen on average, right? In most of the cases, we apply average, right? Now see the mode. Now say F number shoe size is most in demand. How they decide? So they took that they took the data from the market and they saw that that number is repeated most number of times. So say that X1 is size 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. These 5 sizes are available in the market and their frequency is 4, 10, 21, 12 and 5. So by inspection one can say this has maximum demand. Right? Right, it has maximum frequency. So that they will focus on the production of size number 8 or 9, right? So we have various methods to calculate it. So if we have raw data, it is x1, xi and fi. So in this case, that variable which has maximum frequency is known as mode of the distribution. So now look at this. Overall, what we are doing, we are finding the location of this. We are finding measures of central tendency. So all that values are around one value, right? If we are performing any valid experiment, the value will lie around one value. Now, we come to this part, dispersion, skewness, and process. In this measures location, you have any question? In calculation part, application is up to you where you are using it. Is it clear? So we can switch over to that next topic. It is measures of skewness, dispersion, skewness, and kurtosis. So if you see that two data here, we are having 75, 85, 105, 115, 125. The second is 10. It is said that if two groups of students have the same average marks, we may like to know whether one group consists of students of average and near average intelligence and the other group is made up of large number of very bright and very dull students. Values are given. So both the distribution have the same mean 100. So from that 100 we cannot get any conclusion. Right? So average is same. I will take one practical case of batsman, performance of batsman. So with that we can clear this point. Now you see, if we see the data, if the average is 100, right, in both cases. Now what it says, but you see that range we observe the range. So in this case, the range is 125 minus 75 is 50. In second case, range is 270. Right? So the two distributions widely differ from each other in their formation. So the two distributions center around the same point, that is mean, yet they differ in variation from the mean. Now, the measures of dispersion, we use range, we use uh, standard deviation. Most commonly used standard deviation, we are using that, and mean deviation from mean deviation from median, mean deviation from mode, which is, so the mean deviation is also very difficult to handle mathematically. I will take one example of this. So it is said that the scores of two batsmen A and B in 10 innings during a certain match are 10 values are given. Find out who is a better scorer and who is more consistent batsman. So it will give you that average, will give you that answer of better scorer, and consistency will get it from coefficient of variation. So I'm writing that value here. 32, 28, 47, 63, 71, 39, 10, 60, 96, and 14. And B, we are having 19, 31, 48, 53, 67, 90, 10, 62, 40, and now the total of first is 460 and total of second is 500, and so mean of A is 460 upon 10 is 46. Mean of second is 500 upon 10 is 50. So x bar, mean of second one is 50. So in this case, arithmetic mean is higher for batsman B, hence B is a better scorer. The arithmetic mean, the AM of B is more than A, hence B is a better scorer. Now we have to find which one is more consistent. For taking consistency, we have to find coefficient of variation, which is defined as sigma upon x bar into 100. Right? Now again we have to find this dispersion. Measures of dispersion is sigma, and how we can calculate them. Here we have integral value of x bar, so we can use one formula. So we derivate this x with x bar, and say this one is your x variable, and write there square. So it is minus 14 minus 18 plus 1 plus 17 plus 25 minus 7 minus 36 plus 14, 50, and minus 30. So now see which formula we have to apply. Sigma of x is sum of x squared upon n. Here this x, this is x minus x bar square, right? This is x minus x bar square. So find the difference. It is 1 196, 324, 1, 289, 625, 49, and 1296, 196, 2500, and 1024. The total of this column is 6500 and is divided by, so under root of this sigma square is under root of this 6500 upon 10. It comes out to be 25.495. Right, on the same line we have to calculate sigma y. So sigma y in this case, if you solve that, you will get value as 5968 upon 10, it is equal to 24.43. So CB of batsman A is equal to 25.49 upon X bar is 46 into 100. So that is 55.41. And CB of batsman B is 24.43 upon 50 into 100, it is equal to 48.86. So this batsman has less CV, so the batsman B, so here the coefficient of variation is less for the batsman B, so B is more consistent, right? Which shows less variation. That's clear. So what I want to say that the CV is used to test consistency and average is used to test the efficiency, right? So it is, so in that two calculations are clear.
CV is used for the comparison between the
Consistency
two
of
variables.
they are doing the same work. And you cannot compare one who is playing cricket and another with football. Both are playing the same game.
If my topic or my variable is a vegetable farmer of two districts,
Fine.
socio-economic condition of vegetable farmer of two districts, then I use the CV for this.
No, see, we have one test for that. That is known as CID. We have to design that, then we will test it. That is part of your syllabus curriculum. We are focusing on that, how we can locate that data. Right? It is with the help of mean, median, mode, we can locate the data. Second one, how they are dispersed. You saw the stars in the sky. They, if you compare it with the Milky Way, how they are distant from the Milky Way. If you have one line of reference, with that you can compare them. Right? This one is about the efficiency of that. Right? So we use that. In that calculation or in use, you have any question? We have CID, RBD, LSD models for your agriculture work. Right?
Let's see values indicate that the batsman is a more he has a more productivity.
What productivity it is depend. They played the match and we are seeing that the scores of their innings and say that Darwin is more consistent than other players. How we decide? So it is on the basis of his performance, the scores, right? Standard deviation is positive square root of the variance. Now come to that skewness. Now we plotted that data and we saw that it is normally distributed and there is no skewness involved if we have ideal data or we have the curve in the form of bell shape. Now we have this is the ideal curve of the data, right? It is bell shaped curve. It is mean, median, mode. All coincides at one point. Now, is, if we have the curve in this shape, where we have z, median, and x bar. If you see the relationship, z is greater than m, greater than x bar, right? Or if you have another case, in that the curve is in this form, where you have z, median, and x bar. Or that two in the left of the mode, in this case, the two are on right of the mode. So this data is skewed, it is not symmetrical, right? So this one is positively skewed, and this one is negatively. Again, you have formula to calculate this. It is mean minus mode upon standard. This is called Carl-Pearson's coefficient of skewness, right? So with the help of this, we can calculate SK, right? It will show you that how this data is scattered. Now, the next part is, so for this I have one numerical question. So you can find Carl-Pearson's coefficient of skewness. The data we are having. Question is calculate Carl-Pearson's coefficient of skewness from the following data. The variable we are having 0 to 5, then 5 to 10, 10 to 15, 15 to 20, then 20 to 25, 25 to 30, and 30 to 35, 35 to 40. And the frequency we have, 2, 5, 7, 13, 21, 16, and 8. The total of frequency is 75. With the help of these two, we have to calculate this mean mode and sigma. Substitute in that. So substituting got a value as SK is equal to minus 0.15.
So if data is more scattered means there is a presence of skewness, then which means the result is less reliable.
It is not related with the reliability. For getting reliability, one has to draw the line, right? 3 sigma lines, that is not part of this. So which one is more reliable? The reliability of the substance, right? The strength of the chain, we can calculate, right? So that the strength has certain limit, 3 sigma limit, right? It is not with that, it is just a practical example that, so they are doing the same work, both are playing cricket, and their scores varies, but their average is same. So how you can decide which one is better, which one is more consistent?
So we see coefficient of variance.
So we use coefficient.
And what is the purpose?
As soon as you show that for predicting the data, we have to plot the data, and we have to show in case of economical data this is used. Right? In economics, the data varies with the time and demand. Right? So in that case, it is just a graphical show of the data, right? Where it is buzzed, whether it is on left side or right side. So one parameter here we are using this mode to, and in this case, in case of negatively assumed, the median of the mean and median of the observation is less than this z. It is x bar less than m and z. So it is way of the representation. It is said that the curve is drawn and it has the shape like this, right? Now we have one more that is kurtosis, which shows the thickness of the data. One more graph we are having. The standard normal curve is this. The standard normal curve is this is the standard normal. This is the standard normal, right? But what it is showing that it has significant peak, right? Now you plot that another value and you got that it has more peaks, right? Then we plotted some other data and we got the peak in this form. So we have three curves with different peakness, right? One is more steep, another is normal, third one is flat, right? So in the statistics we call this as electrocurtic. Someone replied electrocurtic. Who answered? Okay, fine. So we have either we have mathematics background or statistics background. I have BA course in my university. So it is electrocurtic. This one is mesocurtic, and this one is platycurtic. Again, we have to find this with the help of the statistics. It depends upon beta 2. Now, beta 2 in right on question. So in this we can see the nature of this curve. So the question is first four moments about mean of a frequency distribution is 0, 100 and -7 and 35,000. Discuss the kurtosis of the distribution. Discuss the kurtosis of the distribution. Here M1 is 0, M2 is 100, M3, mu3 is -7, and mu4 is 3500. The formula of beta 2 is mu4 upon mu2 square, and substituting we are getting this as 3.5, which is greater than this, and the curve is retrograde. So if we have these means, moments, central moments, values of central moments, so in that case we can find beta. But still, what it shows? It shows the thickness of that. If it is related to you, you can find with the help of any statistical tools. No need of this calculation. Manual calculation is not required nowadays. Right?
So this is basically used, for example, say when disease gets picked up or when the disease gets flattened out. So it's more of a biological perspective here. We can use this.
In biostatistics, we have significant use of statistics. So, and we are teaching that course in, we have here applied health sciences courses, in that we are teaching that. But that one, that values are extracted from the hospital, OPD. On basis of that, we decide the correlation between the two variables if we are having bivariate distribution, right? We test that using statistical tools, and that comes under parametric test and non-parametric test.
I understand. Like I just was trying to decipher that where do we use this?
Where we can use. So mathematically it is written, that mathematically it is very difficult to handle. So it is up to the demand. In economic data, the one example is there.
Okay.
So it is related with economics. So it is said that the following data are given to an economist for the purpose of economic analysis. The data refers to the length of the certain type of batteries. So it is n is given, some mathematical terms are there.
The batteries.
Right. Okay. Then, do you think the distribution is practical? So it has been asked to economists. Right. So it has used in econometrics, it may be used. Right. So practically, mathematics is not used directly, but with the reference we can use them. Next slide. Next slide.
नेक्स्ट स्लाइड कर दे उतार दे कंचे नेक्स्ट कर
Next.
दो है ना
उसी पे है डेस्कटॉप, इसको बंद करो ना, ये स्लाइड बंद करो।
डेस्कटॉप पे डाउनलोड किया
इसको नहीं आता है जो ओके, लेकिन सर फाइल इसके पीछे रखा हुआ है।
नाम
इसको बंद कर दो, इसके पीछे आ जाएगा, दोनों डाउनलोड किया हुआ है, स्क्रीन पे बंद कर दो। So second topic is about coordination and relation. In this calculation of coordination, we need that calculation of R, and if the two variables are related, so now correlation in our day-to-day life, we find many examples which are mutually relationship, in which when a mutual relationship exists between two variables, that is with fall or rise in the value of the variable, or the fall or rise may take place in the value of the other variable. For example, a price of commodity rises as the demand for the commodity goes up to a certain time period. Weight of uh, weight of a person increase with the increase in age. Similarly, the temperature rise with the rise in the sunlight. So these facts indicates that there is certain mutual relationship that exists between demand for the commodity and its price, the age of a person and his weight. दूसरा वन, सेकेंड वन. Next, first. Now, what it says that the relationship between two. So, we have here one question that if we have binomial distribution, so that change in x affects the change of y. So we are talking of the relationship only. So in this case, the following marks have been obtained by class of the students in the statistics out of 100, and the two papers, marks of two papers are x, there have been 45, 55, 56, 58, 60, 65, 68, 70, 75, 80, and 85. And y values are given, which is 56, 50, 48, 60, 62, 64, 65, 70, 74, 82, and 90. The question is, compute the coefficient of correlation for the above data. Find also the equation of the lines of regression. So up to lines of regression we have to discuss today. And so the two values, this is the result of one subject in statistics, paper 1 and paper 2. Are the two are related? So we have to find the coefficient R, X, Y. It shows the relationship between X and Y. For this purpose, we have to apply the formula xy upon x square and y square, where x is x minus x bar and y is y minus y bar. So let's compute this. Now here in computation we are having difficulties, so we deviated that data and we defined that data with u and v. So u in this case is minus 20, minus 10. We deviated this with 65. So deviated this with 65, and the second value is deviated with 62. So we deviated this 52 minus 9 minus 7 minus 5 0 3 5 10 15 20, and that formula is sum of uv minus summation u summation v upon n under root sum of u square summation u whole square upon n under root summation v square minus summation v whole square upon n. We have to compute these many values to get correlation between two variables, and this is simple correlation, right? This is based on quantitative data, not qualitative data. We have example of qualitative data also. So in this case, what we have to do, we have to find these variables. And numerator is covariance, denominator is the standard deviation of first series and second series, right? So to say I will calculate all the values, or you can try this to find it.
So nowadays, the qualitative data is also
Right.
calculate the
Okay. For quantitative data, for qualitative data.
qualitative data, collected in the Likert scale.
So see, for quantity we need this. First try to complete that. Try to find answer so that we can relate first, and I will come to you. Let me finish this one, and I will come to that, which you can use. In that case, we can use rank correlation. Just see that how we can compute this. U we have calculated. In calculation, what we need U square. So add one more column of U square, then V square. One more column is required, that is of U, right? So with that two data, we skip that to a new variable. We form a new variable y to avoid the calculation of these two digits, right? We have, if you square it, you get 3-digit number. If you multiply, you may get 2 or 3-digit numbers. To avoid that, to reduce the calculation, we shifted the data with one point. It is maybe x y. It is assumed maybe x y. In this case, x y is 60, right? So check that. Or from the most central value. In this case, the central value is 65. We derivated that from 65, right? To reduce the calculation work, right? Now, if we compute all that, I did the calculation, and the values we are having, it is 1393 minus 2 into minus 49 upon 11 upon under root 1014 minus 2 square upon 11 and 1865 minus 49 square upon 11, and solving that 0.918, it shows that the two x and y are highly correlated. It is highly correlated. Right, it is positively correlated. So positive means increase in one shows growth in another, and increase in shows decline in another. So with that, price increases, demand of the quantity decreases. Our focus was to know R and how the data are correlated, right? So for this, we use that formula. There are many formulas. If you don't want to use this, then if you stick to that x and y, the formula is same. Right here, x and y. So it is invariant of change of, right? Invariant of the change, right? So if we change this, the answer will not change. If you have calculator, you have expertise in that, then you use that calculator, right? Replace x with u with x and y, multiply it, you get the same answer. It's R will not change. So it ranges from -1 to 1. So in case of quantitative data, we are using this, and this correlation is known as Karl-Pearson's coefficient of correlation. This formula Rxy is known as Karl-Pearson's coefficient of correlation. Now there are many cases in that one cannot get that answer in terms of numbers. Say height, we can calculate the scores, we calculated, but how you can measure beauty, intelligence, etc. Right? Or in a fashion show, what the judge gives, they give rank. That beauty is not measured in the scale, right? So they assign rank to them, and or of course, if they give number, then in the last they have to convert them into rank. And for that purpose, we use Spearman's correlation coefficient, and it is R is equal to beyond minus 6 summation V square n square minus 1. So we use this formula to calculate rank correlation, right? And one example, I have one example with me. Now, if we have this data x, that from the following data, Karl-Pearson's coefficient of correlation, x and y i's are given. So from this we can calculate R as summation xy upon under root summation x square y square. So in mathematics it is very difficult to write these formulas also. you have mathematical background, try to write them yourself, right? It will help you writing many things. So these calculations are not easy to write. Formula are very difficult to write. Now, for this, the method and this method, Spearman rank correlation coefficient, this method of determining correlation was proposed by Professor Spearman in 1940. And by this method, correlation between qualitative data, namely beauty, honesty, intelligence, etc., can be computed. Now, such types of variables can be assigned ranks, but their quantitative measure is not possible. So for this, we use that formula R is equal to 1 minus 6 summation d square, where R is rank coefficient and D is difference between the ranks given value. So if one of the example of this is in a fancy dress competition, 2 judges record the following ranks to 8 participants, and that marks are given, ranks are given 8, 7, 6, 3, 2, 1, 5, 4, and find rank, calculate the coefficient of rank correlation. So here R1, R2 is given, add the difference given d is as R1 minus R2, then find d square. The sum total is 32 for the last column, and substitute here the moderate degree of positive relationship between the two judgments. The value is 0.65, it is in between 1 minus 1. Fine. Now come to that part of regression. This is the last topic of today. It is regression and its analysis. As the name suggests, it says that the literal meaning of regression is moving backward and the return to the mean value or stepping back towards the average. Sir Francis Galton used this term in the study of heredity. According to him, with this correlation coefficient of 0.8 between heights of fathers and children, if the average height of a certain set of father is 8 centimeter above the general average, average height of the children is 0.8. You see, this regression analysis is mathematical measure of, this term is important, mathematical measure of average relationship between two or more variables in terms of original unit of the data. And what is that data? If we predict that y is equal to a plus bx. So this one, we have written on line of a straight line equation of a straight line, which has intercept on y-axis. Y is equal to a plus bx, and here x is independent. And whatever value we are substituting in this equation, the value of y changes. So y is dependent, x is independent. Now the question is, in one variable we are having two unknowns, a and b are two constants, right? And this we have to predict, we have to write two lines of regressions, y on x and x on y. The very first task is how to find a and b. We have one equation, one line equation of the line, right? So for this purpose, we use least square method, least square method, and we write two normal equations. For this first normal equation is summation y is equal to na plus b summation x, and summation xy is equal to a summation x plus b summation x square. So we have two values x and y. So we can plot that line y on x and x on y. And another, so if we solve this, we get the value of a and b, and substitute in this, we get the equation of the line y is equal to a plus bx. Now take one example of this. The question is, calculate the regression equation of x on y from the following data by the method of least square. So we'll see how we can find these two values. And one more term is here, by using coefficient of relation. Firstly, the two lines of relations are y minus y bar is equal to by x, x minus x bar. This is y on x minus x bar is bxy, is y minus y bar. And byx is r sigma y upon sigma x. Bxy is r sigma x upon sigma y. And if we multiply these two and take their geometric mean, so it is byx bxy, it is equal to r square, it is equal to r. So we can cancel these two. So it is geometric mean of the regression coefficients, right? So now see, take one question, and this is the last question of this topic. It is having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 and 5. The second value we have 2, 5, 3, 8 and 7. We have to write one simple equation of the line, right? And for that we set up the line as y is equal to a plus bx. Now we write the two normal equations as sum of as na plus b summation x. Sum of xy is equal to a summation x, b summation x. So in these two normal equations, we have summation x, summation y, x square is required and xy is required. So add the two columns and put that y square is required. Here the equation is x on y, x on y, it is x is equal to a plus by. So we need y square and we need y square and xy. So for this normal equation will be sum of x and a, b summation y, sum of xy is n summation y, b summation y is. So write that it is 4, 25, 9, 64 and 49. Second value is 2, 10, 9, 32 and 35. The total of this column is 88 and 151. Total of y is 25. Total of x is 15. So we can write both x on y and y x on y. So now this 15 is equal to 5a plus 25b and 88 is equal to 25a plus 151b. So solving the two together, we got b is equal to 0.5 and a is equal to 0.45. The equation is written as x is equal to 0.5, 0.5. It is mean of that. You can solve the two simultaneously. You get the value of it. So this was all about today's lecture. You have any question to
Equation it shows it's a cause and effect relationship. We find out the known value from known variable
with the help
the
of
known variable.
unknowns.
But if the two variable independent two variable are correlated to each other, we eliminate that one variable.
The two will remain same. The two will become same.
Yes,
In
sir.
that case, byx and value of bxy will be same.
Yes.
Why? The value of r is plus minus 1. If it is perfectly positively correlated or uncorrelated, in that case, the coefficient will become 1.
Reduce the biasness.
Right. No, it is not biasness. If it is the two are data are related, why it is biased?
Okay.
The
But
two are perfectly correlated.
but in case
Say up to age 20, the height and weight are increasing in the proportion. And the production, if the rain is, the rainfall is good in this year, like previous year, then yield you will get good yield this year also. The data is related. For agriculture purpose, we are using CRD, RBD, ANOVA. Right. The topic is with us. We will discuss about the feature.
But in correlation case, two commodities, like you said that demand and price relation is the negative relation.
Right.
What is the purpose to we apply the
Why
correlation?
we use this correlation? It
Yes,
shows
sir.
that relationship. We both have positive trends. It will help in business.
In case of regression, now we find out what is the impact of the independent variable to how to impact the dependent variable.
That
What is
comes
the purpose
under
of correlation?
unit root. Right? If that relation line has unit root, it is showing a stationary line. It is not showing fluctuation. It is part of the econometrics. Right? Go through that and get in detail. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. On behalf of Organizing Committee, RIMT University, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to respected keynote speaker, Dr. Alam from Department of Mathematics for being part of this memorable event. Thank you, sir, for your cooperation and valuable enthusiasm. We look forward to more such moments like with you. Thank you all the faculty members and research scholars. Have your patience. Thank you very much.
Okay, now you are for the lunch and we graduate of 3 o'clock.